Project Officer and Policy Advisor for Research and Innovation in COPA-COGECA. And on the behalf of COPA-COGECA, I would like to introduce and welcome you, first of all, here in our offices, in our headquarters. And also, I think I will sit in to our Agroforestry for EU final conference. The title is Think Agroforestry, Enhancing Business Model Advisory Services. I will just give a short introduction of who are we and why we believe that innovation in any aspects of agriculture and forestry is important, and then we will give you a glance of what the agenda will be, and then I will leave the floor to our project coordinator for the rest of the moderation. We can go to the next slide using this that usually doesn't work. And just to give you an idea, who are we? We are COPA-COGECA, and we are an organization, one of the oldest that grew along with the European institutions, so to speak, that represents cooperatives and farmers around Europe. And we ensure that agriculture is sustainable, innovative, and yet also fair for the farmers and the cooperatives across the continent. We have about 66 members. We represent farmers by the millions. Yeah, I think in the EU bubble, when it comes to agriculture, it is a well-established name in this regard. Moving to the next slide. Next. I would like just to introduce you what is our action when it comes to innovation, because as you can imagine, farmers are navigating a complex landscape of challenges from any direction, not only because we are trying to navigate complex regulations, diversification of the market and the trade, but also economic pressures of many directions. And when it comes to the climate change, we are on the guiding side of what are the actions we can take on one hand, but also we're trying to safeguard the agriculture from the risk of productivity and the consequences of extreme weather conditions, and that are becoming more and more frequent, and also the climate change that are changing the scenarios in many macro areas of Europe. Sustainable farming, and in addition, has no real silver bullet. There's no real solution that fits all, and this is why innovation is very important, because innovation has to be inclusive in many aspects, not only for the targets we would like to achieve as a sustainability, but also the societal and governance impact that this type of new or rediscovered sometimes practice can bring. Lastly, one thing to mention, one complex factor for innovation in agriculture is that the demographic of farmers is changing and shifting. In some regions is much different than others, but this is something that has been also acknowledged by the European Commission with actions such as the points taken at the new vision for agriculture, but also the strategy of generational renewal that has been already recently launched. So we're trying in any way through innovation, and not only, to face all these complex issues. Going to the next slide. We, with our action in innovation, we are addressing several important points, and as such, we already mentioned that we will ensure that innovation in agriculture and forestry, it's always at the first and most importance and relevance, because this poses a solution for the farmers to innovate, but also a solution for the future of Europe, because this is not just about sustainability, but also in many other aspects of social inclusivity or even food safety. And on one other aspect is also the bridge of the gap between research and farmer needs, in meaning that we would like always to find a way to have researchers, the academia, and the farmers together in the same room, moving towards the same direction. So the research, it's important and fundamental, but also we want to see this research applicable and impactful with a meaningful involvement of farmers at any step of the way. Heading to that point, going to the next slide. When it comes to innovation, especially when in projects that Europe invests their money in, we're always marking and stressing the importance of the multi-actor approach across project beneficiaries to co-implement together research results, so to bring the expertise to the next level and disseminate it in a meaningful way. On a particular case, of course, we have the importance of foster digital innovation in that regard. So many of the improvements that farmers can be at the receiving end comes through digitalization. So that this is something that can improve our efficiency, optimize the use of market tools, and give the farmers the place they deserve in the value chain. So going to the next slide. We are not just giving our advisory work, that is very important, but it's also close to the institutions. We also have hands-on impact in several projects. We've been part of many, and these are a few that are taking many aspects into account. So going very briefly, I will not go too much into the details, but everything is available on our website. I would like to say that, for instance, food cost supports the transition to sustainable food by valuing expertise and impacts, and we are peer reviewing the policy recommendations for this project. For you Farm Book, that it's an ambitious project of creating a digital platform, AI, generative knowledge sharing hub. We are ambassadors, and we are going to disseminate the platform and the tool among our farmers, in Europe, and the launching is going to happen very soon. QuantiFarm, it's access the benefits and the impact of digital technologies with over 30 test cases with the do's and the don'ts. Because we also, there was the positive impact of this project is also that we saw what could work, but also we also marketed what doesn't work, which is not something that it's not always obvious when it comes to give the whole presentation of the results. EU4Advice, you will hear more about later, but in a nutshell, we are trying to create an active and impactful network of knowledge sharing and advisory services for short food supply chain. Last but not least, on top of this list, we have Grass Sealing that empowers rural women in socio-ecological innovation in agriculture and rural communities. I put this at the very last because if you then go out to the left, you see a little agenda with a QR code, and we are organizing, we as COPA-COGECA, the final event on the 4th of December. So if you are in town, please come join. So this is also proof that as COPA-COGECA, we are not only using our political action, our advocacy for innovation, but we are representing the farmers in the projects, and we're always available for the academia for future projects and collaboration along with our partners and members. So this could also be an opportunity for what the future can hold in that regard. Moving to the next slide, this is a picture that I enjoyed so much that I printed and put it on my wall, because sometimes innovation can be so obvious for someone, but then so beyond them for someone else. And this is where we should be kind to each other, but also having a listening ears to one another, because innovation, it is, for some people in some occasions, can be scary, because innovation can only move forward, and you need to have solid shoulders or legs in order to do that. Or sometimes you are so close in what you're doing that you cannot see elsewhere. And this is the important part, and this is the important aspect where you could find a balance between the stakeholders and the actors, and find a solution where, if not everybody wins, no one loses, at the very least. So I found this image quite exemplificatory of that. Going to the last slide in this regard, this is why we should not be afraid of innovation, because innovation allows farmers, cooperatives to remain competitive in a changing global environment. We embracing new technologies because help address major challenges like climate change or food security, and COPA-COGECA actually actively rewards the innovative solution. So we are proactive in bringing the solutions that are innovative to the next level to our members and beyond. So, and it goes along with our political actions and our presence in EU projects. This concludes our part introducing what COPA does, and we go more zooming in what we're doing today with the agenda. There have been some last minute change, but let's say that we will start with global forestry capacity building, transforming agri-food systems by Elaine Springay from the FAO, followed by fostering agroforestry in Europe, enhancing farmers' value chain position through knowledge, empowering, and policy support by Maria Rosa Masquera Lozada, project coordinator for AF4EU, from the University of Santiago de Compostela. And then in this batch, we have Agroforestry Advisory, Present and Prospects by John Casey, Work Package Leader of Agriculture and Food Development Authority of CHEGAS. Yes, thank you. And then we have Agroforestry in Mediterranean mountain areas, integrating tradition and innovation by Anastasia Pantera, Work Package Leader from the Agricultural University of Athens. Lastly, in this batch, we have the agriculture and agroforestry innovation business models and DSS and ANZEL session and coffee break. So these two things will come along together. And going to the next slide and next batch, we have building a better network for short food supply chain by me again, as a work package leader for you for advice. And along with this, we have our sibling project, Coronet, presented by Fedele Colantuono from the University of Foggia, that will present the project connecting advisors towards European network of chain producer consumer, Coronet, and followed by business models to transform agroforestry farms by Sayed Ali Dosin Yekani, Work Package Leader for the Leibniz Center of Agricultural Landscape Research, or ZALF. And we're heading towards the end with the Green Coop, upscaling business models linked to agroforestry, again by Maria Rosa Masquera Lozada. I hope I pronounced this correctly. And then we're going to have our final remarks, conclusions, and future prospects. With that, I yield my time and I will bring back to you the rest of the day.
Giacomo, it's a great pleasure. Can you move to the next presentation, please? And it's Elaine. Yeah. It's a great pleasure to be in the headquarters of COPA-COGECA, one of the biggest and largest associations of farmers. Welcome also to the people that is online. I hope you enjoy the meeting. And we are now going to, yeah, if you can go to the first slide.
The previous one. The previous one. There you go.
Yeah, where one of our advisors that have been following up by the last 3 years, as Agroforestry started 3 years ago, will make a presentation that works on the FEUGA headquarters in Rome, Italy. She's in charge of the agroforestry as a forestry officer. And the presentation that she will give to us is about global agroforestry capacity building, transforming agri-food systems. So, Elaine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rosa, and good afternoon, everyone. As Rosa mentioned, I'm Elaine Springay. I am the Forestry Officer for Agroforestry, and I manage FAO's Global Agroforestry Program. So I'd like to start by first defining what agroforestry is. Agroforestry does not have a universal definition, but at FAO, we define it as a collective term for land management practices where woody perennials are deliberately integrated and managed with agricultural crops and/or animals. And a couple of things I'd like to point out is this expression of land management practices is different from what is often seen as land uses. And this is because land use is a categorization of land used by countries. And agroforestry can be practiced in forest, agriculture, and rangelands. Another one is the term woody perennials, which instead of using trees, and that's an acknowledgement that there are shrubs and other species of wood that don't necessarily meet FAO's 3-meter height criteria for trees. So agroforestry is not a new concept. It's been around for millennia. But in terms of modern history, it has been around since the 1970s, where it was introduced at the World Forestry Congress in Indonesia, the 8th World Forestry Congress. So it's been in international development and in forestry for the last 50 years. And in those last 50 years, when we see or when we ask why are we still promoting agroforestry and scaling up agroforestry, there's a number of challenges that we find around the world, and including in Europe. And arguably, these challenges are actually where the opportunities lie for how to address scaling up agroforestry. So I think insecure land tenure is probably not as much of an issue in Europe, but limited incentives, unclear institutional authority, where agroforestry falls in agriculture or forestry, sometimes both, ultimately leading to there not being good policies or not well implemented policies. We're often talking about smaller, more complex production systems, which makes mechanization more challenging. Lack of extension services, which is a topic that will come up a lot this afternoon. Limited technical knowledge. And another one that is a big part of this project is limited market access and value addition. So how do we look at the business side of agroforestry and ensure it's economically viable in addition to being environmentally sustainable? So when for FAO, we work at a global level. We wanted to better understand as we move forward in addressing agroforestry challenges, what are the actual needs of those engaged in agroforestry? What capacities do they have, but also where would we like to build those? We conducted a capacity needs assessment a couple of years ago, and we got 1,600 responses from 145 countries, from 6 stakeholder groups. And you're welcome to see the paper that's specifically on the results of this by using the QR code. So this was the regional distribution. You'll see Africa has a disproportionate a number of responses. This is not necessarily because there's more agroforestry in Africa, but it does mean that there is right now a lot of promotion of agroforestry in Africa because of the fact that this is where a lot of smallholder agroforestry is happening, and also where we see extensive deforestation as a result of agriculture shifting in the landscape. But what is important actually is a lot of the expertise that is in Africa is actually being imported from other regions. So while we see that Europe had a smaller proportion of respondents to the survey, a number of people who work in Africa and the other global South regions are actually from the global North. So in terms of what were the existing capacities and capacity gaps? So for existing capacities, we found generally people really understood the environmental and ecological side of agroforestry. So how do you improve ecosystem services, for example? Also agroforestry planning and implementation, community engagement, and capacity development. What was interesting about the results, though, is everyone who said they had these expertise or capacities also said that they felt they needed more capacity in these areas. So no one actually felt they were a true expert in these fields. In terms of capacity gaps, and probably why I was asked to be involved in this project, economic feasibility and financing of agroforestry was globally the biggest gap. And by that, how do we do cost-benefit analyses? How do we develop business models or business planning? How do we tap into those markets and value chains? And also the financial mechanisms that are available in terms of investment in agroforestry. And then governance and policy was the other. As we mentioned in the previous slide, institutional authority policies are one of the biggest issues when it comes to agroforestry implementation. If we zoom into Europe, this was the distribution of respondents, a very high proportion from Mediterranean and Atlantic, which was not that surprising because these are also where we see some of the oldest models of agroforestry in the region. I put this slide on demographics to point out something that I thought was really interesting. You'll see, in fact, that we have about almost 45% of respondents are what would be, you would say, more seasoned, more senior professionals. But when you look at the number of years involved in agroforestry, almost 3/4 of people have less than 10 years of experience in agroforestry. So we have an issue in terms of, or you would say a capacity gap between what people are doing and how much experience they have in agroforestry. So this is an area where if we're speaking about innovation or growing capacity in agroforestry, clearly we need to do better in terms of training professionals to support agroforestry through advisory services and extension. In Europe, not surprisingly, the existing capacities are about agroecology, which is similarly related to agroforestry. There's overlap, but they're not necessarily synonymous. Nature-based solutions and ecosystem services, and tree and forest management. In terms of capacity gaps, aquaculture made it very high up. Doesn't surprise me. Aquaforestry, as what it would be called, is not practiced widely in Europe. But I wanted to highlight in the top 10 the three that relate most closely to the AF4EU project. So value chain analysis, market supply chains, rural producer organizations, which obviously the fact that we're in this institution at the moment is something that's very strong within Europe, but perhaps from an agroforestry perspective is not. And then resource mobilization and financing for agroforestry. So these are where you can get more information on global agroforestry capacities and also assessments. We worked also with the International Fund for Agriculture Development, or IFAD, to look at how their national projects in the global south are affected by investment in agroforestry, and a lot of the results in their project and the obstacles they had in successful agroforestry implementation align with what we found in the capacity needs assessment. FAO, as a result of our various analyses that we did, we have a new agroforestry direction or strategy where we've got three priorities. The first is promoting agroforestry as a sustainable production system. This is not just about agroforestry at farm level, what trees or woody perennials to integrate with crops or animals, but really looking at the whole production system, including supply chains, as well as value chains and market development. Our second priority is agroforestry monitoring. We talk about scaling up of agroforestry, but the reality is we don't know what baseline we have. We don't know where agroforestry is moving in different countries, and that includes expanding agroforestry in some areas, but also where it could potentially be abandoned because people are not convinced that agroforestry is the right solution for them. And third, but not least, is we support agroforestry national policies and strategies. These are some of our main activities we have. We're by the end of this year, we'll have a guide on developing business cases for agroforestry, an e-learning course, farmer field schools, which is peer-to-peer learning amongst farmers, as well as we do technical guidance on agroforestry design and management. For monitoring, we have a special global forest resources assessment, or FRA study, on the global extent of agroforestry, which in fact the University of Santiago de Compostela is helping us with that. And we've developed a new methodology for remote sensing survey for agroforestry, which will be launched next year. And of course, we're seeing changes in markets. There's a lot of market-based incentives right now for countries to remove deforestation from their value chains. So we're also providing support to countries that are being impacted by these new market-based regulations, and helping them meet compliance, but also advising back how these compliance or how these market-based regulations could better fit the realities of countries on the ground. So our vision for agroforestry is really this, is the confluence of technical knowledge and extension policy and investment. We see these innovation hubs, or these one-stop shops, where people can go to see different types of agroforestry designs or structures, where they can get their extension services, training needs, but also bulking centers and places where farmers, particularly in the global south, are able to have cooperation amongst themselves to bulk and to tap into more cost-effective supply chains, as well as better negotiation power of their value chains, markets, and also in terms of certification, which is incredibly expensive in a lot of the countries we work. So I will leave it there. I think we'll hear a lot more about how some of these capacities that I mentioned are being addressed within the AF4EU project, as well as others, and look forward to taking what I hear from this meeting and also using that to apply in our global work. Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much, Elaine, for your Always excellent presentation. We got there a lot of aspects of agroforestry that has to be improved and to be taken into account from a European perspective, taking into account what happens outside. And I think there is a strong movement on agroforestry, capacity building as a key pillar developed by the Agroforestry4EU, as well as the business model that we will see this afternoon that may contribute to help to be a bit to the FEUGA and their goals also, besides the European Union ones. I don't know if there is any comment, question that you want to make right now. I don't know if there are questions. Just please write them in the chat, if possible, and we can keep moving. And afterwards, we can just make at the end there is a kind of round table, and we will see it. So now I think it's my turn. I'm going to make the presentation. If you can share it, please. Oops, it moves. Can I do like this? And it works. Okay. I'm going to speak about agroforestry and the prospect of Agroforestry4EU as a project and the prospects of agroforestry in Europe. I will make a kind of wrap up of what has been done by all of us in the last period, coordinating by the team that is part of the University of Santiago Compostela, and afterwards we will have all the presentations for the different work package leaders about the work that we are being doing. So we structured this presentation as what are the needs in Europe, why agroforestry is relevant for Europe, what are the agroforestry challenges, what does means, what does it Agroforestry4EU, and what are the main contributions as innovations, as was mentioned before by Giuseppe, that farmers need to move forward. As a needs, well, I think it's important to understand what are the main 10 objectives of the CAP, the connectivity they have with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the production, economic, social, and environment, the connectivity that these goals have with the different strategies that are launched by the European Union, the circular economy, bioeconomy associated with the productivity, farm to fork, also the climate change strategy, biodiversity strategy, and forest strategy associated with environmental issues, and the EU strategy for rural revival associated with the social aspect that the European Commission likes to move. And if we mix this with these black letters, which are the FAO agroecological elements, they fit. So the Commission goals for the CAP, which is the most important common agricultural policy, represents the 40% of the EU budget, is keen on moving forward on agroecology, which has as part of their techniques agroforestry, as was mentioned before. So the EU Green Deal, and I will be making the focus on the climate on the climate change, because the EU Green Deal is asked to be for the EU to be the first climate neutral continent based on agroecology, and we saw that already in the objectives of the CAP. And within this, we have agroforestry that has three components. One is woody perennial, another one is the crop, and if the crop is a pasture or grassland, and we have livestock, we have the third component, which is the animals. And in the middle is always the people. Also, I'm always asked, what is the perfect agroforestry? Well, it depends on the people, the owner, on the people that is doing the different practices, whatever they wishes to sell, the proportion of these different components would change. So people is key to maintain agroforestry practices. Why agroforestry is so good for climate change? Because it's the best tool to eco-intensify above ground and below ground. And it eco-intensify for free. You have here one of the most relevant pictures in Europe of the most relevant agroforestry systems in Europe, which is the HESA. You see there that we have below the trees we have green. That's because the plants that are there are different from the ones that are outside due to different amount of light they receive, also the different type of nutrients they have. But in any case, you see that there are different type of dots where you see green and white. So it creates different micro habitats which are associated with increase of biodiversity. It enhances nutrient recycling and also combats climate change by increasing the global productivity per unit of hectare. The reason behind the increase the global productivity is because we are, with the trees, we have more leaves, which are the organs that are able to capture the light and convert it in glucose. And therefore, this creates much more biomass. Well, it creates also different resilience against climate change. In here, you have a picture where you see in the left that the amount of light that is absorbed by or utilized by the system. If you have agriculture, it's around 25%, the red. But it means that you waste 70% of the light. Even if it's free, we are wasting resources. You move on the right, you have the forestry, and you see as the forest size is increased, much more leaves I have, so my biomass I'm produced and more light I am used. So it reaches at 50% of the use of the light. And finally, if you have agroforestry, you have a combination of both, which means that we will reach an increase of light utilization. It means at the end more biomass that as a mean has been accounted as a 40% with a range between 20 and 80%. But what we see in the above ground is also see below ground level. If we make analysis about the amount of carbon that is sequestered below the tree is around 50 tons. If we see the amount of carbon that is sequestered far away from the tree, so 15 meters from the tree stem, we can see that it's almost half. So that's the reason why agroforestry sequesters more carbon. So let's see what are the main agroforestry challenges, because we know that agroforestry is an excellent tool for biodiversity, producing ecosystem services, combat climate change, etc. But it's not extensively used, and even it's not extensively acknowledged. So the main challenge that we have is that we don't have a clear definition across countries, which means that we don't know clearly what we should promote, because what is agroforestry in the south of Europe may be different in the north of Europe. And if we don't know what we have and we don't monitor it, we cannot we are not able to measure the impact of the different support measures that policymakers do on agroforestry. Neither what are the increase of ecosystem services delivery caused by agroforestry. So another challenge that is associated with agroforestry is the lost and current lack of knowledge. So how to foster agroforestry advice or soft skills, that was one of our questions also when we started with the project. And also another problem that we have is that farmers are usually asking for money. What does mean if I change my doing business as usual, and what does mean for my pocket? So developing business models and showing up the profitability of business models is important and should be linked to policy support. So the Agroforestry4EU project objective was to promote the European agroforestry through the development of a multi-actor, interactive and innovation-driven expanded agroforestry network. We started with an agroecosystem level, knowing how to do agroforestry at agroecosystem level, and it was moved to the value chain analysis of the existing agroforestry systems across Europe to produce a set of goals like sharing successful practical experience and increase the research, the knowledge based on research, to develop a set of outcomes like new cost-effective practices, business models, and a specific agroforestry extension services that didn't exist before in Europe. So the agroforestry innovations are based on these three main challenges that we have seen before, which is around monitoring, advisory development, value chain, and business models promotion. With regard to monitoring, making monitoring is not easy. It's not an easy task, mainly when we don't have a clear definition. So we move to a definition that's approved by the one that is in the FEUGA, because we really believe that we need a common definition to move in the same way to all over the world. Taking into account that the definition of agroforestry that includes a woody perennial, a crop, and if the crop is grassland, it could be a livestock. We have been working with the FAO as a USC with the forest research assessment, trying to develop a methodology to measure agroforestry across the globe. I can say that this exercise was initially done in a different way in Europe, based on the Lucas points, by using the survey of Lucas, and now we move forward and we work with imagery and artificial intelligence to do that, to have for the first time a common understanding of large amount of agroforestry, because before in the forest resource assessment, agroforestry was only comprised the ones that were multi-layer systems like cocoa with multiple species. In there, it's important to highlight that there are only three types of agroforestry practices. Agroforestry is understood, as was mentioned before by Elaine, as a land management, not as a land use, as we will see afterwards. And there are three types of agroforestry practices. One is silvopasture, mixing woody perennials with livestock; agri-silviculture, when we mix crop with woody perennials; and agro-silvopasture when we mix the three components in a temporary or a spatial scale. The definition we adopt is the one of the FEUGA, which has been said before by Elaine, a collective term for land management systems, where woody perennials are deliberately integrated with agricultural crops or animals in some form of spatial arrangement or temporal sequence. And of course, we can see there ecological and socioeconomical interactions. So we are able to see the same, a different silvopasture in different land uses. In agricultural land on the left, this is grazing of sheep in olive trees plantation, and on the right, not the same sheep, but sheep also working in forest, just grazing in forest lands. If we go for agri-silviculture, we can see in agricultural lands, like for example, there with walnut, with wheat. We can see also in forest lands the harvesting of berries, and in urban areas we can see home gardens, the combination of horticulture with agroforestry. So we see different land uses, and the land management is the same. It's not the same specific in the country, but the concept, what is behind, is almost the same. So we use the technology that we developed for the forest resource assessment, but not using their data, but using the data from Lucas. And this data that we have for Lucas will be probably compare and benchmark it with the results of FAO. We use artificial intelligence, and we can see that agroforestry is mainly in the south of Europe, with a maximum percentage between 15 and 25%, mostly in Greece, the largest one, but with very small amount of agroforestry. The ones where there were no answers to the questionnaire of Elaine is in the north of Europe. If we go in detail, we can see that silvopasture is the main agroforestry type across Europe, with a percentage that can reach 36% of the grassland area. And we can see also an estimate that it represents 10% of the grassland territory is handled or managed as agroforestry, which means that there is a huge potential to increase the use of this sustainable land management practice. But when we go to silviculture or agri-silvopasture, we already knew that it's less than 0.01% of the arable territory, which is normal in countries like, for example, United States. They do the surveying a different way. They do it with surveys to farmers, but it's really very, very, very low. And again, based in the south of Europe as more important. Well, I will not be talking too much about advisory development and the value chain because it will be presented by our colleagues and work package leaders, John and Ali. But I just will show you up a kind of summary. The idea is to expand the agroforestry for you knowledge just by getting better trainers, innovation brokers or advisors that should be facilitators of the change from the conventional to agroforestry-based system, more sustainable system. And the and the other part of the knowledge is, so the first one is about to make better advisors associated with agroforestry, and the other one is to have material and a lot of dissemination materials just to understand what should be done. Well, for the training modules, we have selected and we developed 5 modules that are associated with project management, handling change, advising supporting groups, advising supporting business and strategic issues, and shaping innovation processes. And for the training agroforestry, but increase of knowledge for dissemination is the training module. It gathers the information that was produced in Under Trees, Agroforestry for You, Affinet, and Ag4EU former projects. So it has been increased a lot and has more than 1,000 documents available in different EU languages. We have also the live handbook, and we have also a course for people that wants to learn about agroforestry from experts, with even with exams, and that they can get a certificate. So this is the layout of the part where we have the COPA-COGECA training module and the farm COPA-based agroforestry training module and the farm agroforestry training module. For the aspect of the linkage of the different modules that are associated with creating specific agroforestry advisors was selected by farmers and all type of actors that were participating in the regional agroforestry innovation networks. And the idea is to give skills to the advisors to make it easy to handle the change from conventional to agroforestry-based systems, by giving them also soft skills about advising and supporting groups to create better value chains and cooperation between different agroforesters, and also advising and supporting business in strategic issues. The idea is with all of these to train the advisors in handling project management to help farmers to develop a project. And at the end, the idea is to shape innovation processes from those gaps or challenges that appear when the project management is implemented. Well, with regard to the training module, we have the knowledge cloud, the live handbook, and also the course. We have there the layouts. It will have 120 practice afters produced, 33 fact sheets, 33 technical articles, 33 tutorials, and 12 policy briefs that are available. So the Knowledge Cloud. The Knowledge Cloud is a search tool where we can search by using keywords information about agroforestry. That is structured in these different topics that you can see there. The same information is structured in a kind of book that is the basis for the multilingual open online course that it has been developed and that you can see here. Well, just to end, the part of the value chain and business model promotion has been considered essential by the partners of Agroforestry for You, because farmers has to live from the land, and therefore money matters. And a good way to increase the uptake or the inclusion of woody perennials in agricultural lands is to give a value to these woody perennials. And this is what the value chain and business models is about. Well, we developed together with the different stakeholders in the range, almost 100 stakeholders, 12 different value chains. Here you have an example, which are the ones associated with honey. You can see that in each title and caption, you have different flags, which means that this step of the value chain belongs to these countries. And we can see, when we put all of them together, we can see that most of the inputs are externals to the farm. In the case of the honey value chain, we can see that there are a lot of homogeneity in most of the identified products, like honey itself, derived products, propolis, pollen, honeycomb, etc. Also appears innovative outputs are in the value chain, like for example, beehive rental service that appears in very few countries, but are not known, and people, the others are not, the other countries, farmers are not aware of them. And we can see that most of them recognize, as was mentioned by Elaine before, that agroforestry produces an increase of ecosystem services. The idea is we produce a kind of tool, decision support, included in the decision support system, that is able to produce a strategic business plan for each farmer, how to improve it based on local business model canvas, but also a business model strategic plan that is more long-term strategic plan for the farmers that wishes to implement agroforestry. Well, this is the layout of the tool. And here you have to press, you have to make to answer some questions, and afterwards you get, for the different sections of the canvas, like value proposition or key partnership, different options and different answers about how to improve at long term your farm, taking into account this long-term strategy. For example, for value proposition, because of the answers we produce, the strategy is offensive. In the case of the key partnership, is defensive. In the case of key activities, they have to follow up survival strategies. And in the case of a customer relationship, there should be some reorientation strategy should be done. So it's just to put on the hands of the farmers and policymakers not only a tool that is agroforestry, but also the how to make it possible, taking into account short and long-term strategic plans. So as a conclusion, just to highlight that sustainable agroecosystems should be linked to agroecology and agroforestry practices, and standardized monitoring systems are needed to analyze agroforestry extent policy support, success, and agroforestry ecosystem services delivery impact. Enhancing advisory is key to foster agroforestry in Europe, as has been said by most of the farmers that participated in the regional agroforestry innovation networks. Developing adequate advisory systems have been produced as a result of EU farmers' queries. Developing adequate value chain, business environment, and business models are key to include agroforestry practice as part of the transition in systems, and policy support should be linked to adequate agroforestry definition and support. So just let me to conclude that fostering agroforestry to increase agricultural systems sustainability Europe is essential. And thanks for your attention and all the team of Agroforestry for EU that has been working a lot. And just a memory for one of our special members that just passed away almost at the beginning of the project, Andrea Prisanelli. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. So I don't know if there is any comment, question, or we are going to leave it for the final roundtable as we are running out of time. So let's move on to the next presentation that will be carried out by, I don't have, John Casey. Yeah. You can move. I can. I don't have it. Okay. And the title is Building Advisory Capacity for Agroforestry from Needs to Action. So, John, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Rosa. So this presentation aims to summarize how the AF4EU project has identified and developed key training to strengthen agroforestry advisory capacity across Europe. A familiar picture, I think I've seen it once or twice already. So agroforestry requires all these people. It requires complex coordination, balancing environmental, social and economic goals. Advisors must manage projects, but they must also manage relationships. This training approach recognizes that the success in agroforestry depends not only on technical skills, but also on empathy, facilitation, and teamwork. The goal, of course, is to create sector-based training that addresses both of these skill areas. A professional framework that builds competence, communication, and confidence in advisors supporting innovation. So how do we achieve this? Part of it was identifying the training needs. Through 11 RAIN workshops, advisors and stakeholders assessed their own capacities. Many of them felt confident in agroforestry science, but less so in structured delivery, project delivery, communication. The methods we used would have been surveys, stakeholder consultations, and then review of existing agroforestry education. What we looked at was initially the SECRA system of delivery of training modules for advisors. And the idea was to focus on developing training that combined both technical and interpersonal skills, dimensions, and provide a holistic foundation for extension work. And like I said, SECRA then was the framework for this. The same needs came up across Europe. Project management for structured implementation, innovations facilitation for building collaboration and networks, and communication and leadership. These common threads help to identify the training modules that were most essential for strengthening advisory capacity. And again, we identified 5 of the SECRA type modules that would be most important. Rosa mentioned earlier on: project management, handling change, advising and supporting groups, advising and supporting businesses in strategic issues, and shaping innovation processes. So the priorities were to combine technical expertise with communication, to build networks amongst farmers, advisors, and researchers, and then to develop accredited pathways for advisors. So, for example, our colleagues in Belgium, France, and Italy in the RAINs highlighted project management and strategic business advisory as critical for delivering complex agroforestry initiatives. Chagas coordinated the development of these training frameworks, ensuring the training was relevant, that it was SECRA-based, and that it was regionally validated. By involving local advisors in the design and testing, we hoped to ensure that the modules were not just theoretical. They were built around real challenges that advisors face in the field. And again, the tools used were survey, feedback loops, workshops, and then the validation through the RAINs. Obviously enough, everybody has something to bring to the puzzle, and everybody has their own issue to push. So I'll just focus on one of the projects here. This is the project management module. This module provides advisors with tools and frameworks to plan and implement agroforestry projects effectively. It introduces both formal project tools and adaptive management techniques. Advisors explore communication and leadership, understanding that successful projects rely on people as much or as more as planning. The idea behind it was to equip advisors with this design and coordination skills in a workshop format, which could either be in person or hybrid. And learning outcomes, of course, were to being able to apply planning tools, such as the work breakdown structure, WBS, Gantt charts, risk matrices, using agile and adaptive management in long-term projects. Instead of having a waterfall system where you set all the goals and then work to that, you can actually adapt as you move along. You can learn and change. And of course, the other thing, of course, for all projects is to secure and manage funding. How are you going to track the results? How are you going to monitor and evaluation? So what does this training module look like? Essentially, it consists of 2 days. Day 1 builds the foundation, that is planning, goal setting, and risk management. Day 2 applies these skills through real-world case studies and simulations, developing facilitation, communication, and teamwork. The idea is that the advisors leave with confidence to plan and coordinate complex agroforestry projects. For example, one of the case studies used is the RAPCA case study. That's the Andalusian network of pasture firebreak areas. This is a technical article that was being developed as part of the AF4EU project. And again, there are many examples across the project. Rosa mentioned earlier on, there's about 1,000 articles now on our system. And all of these can be used as part of the learning tools. What does it do? It builds advisory competence. It builds technical skills. Essentially, this is this dual focus of technical mastery and personal development. Advisors learn to balance control with collaboration, ensuring projects are both efficient and effective and inclusive. They should be leaving the workshop with the confidence to manage these projects. The soft skills themselves are not to be underestimated as well. And again, Elaine mentioned earlier on, acting, listening, empathy, understanding what the conflict is and how to lessen it, building consensus, inspiring teamwork. Advisors need to both manage systems and people if they're going to turn these ideas into successful, sustainable initiatives. A lot of these modules dovetail together, as in one follows the other or cooperates together. So if you look at the Shaping Innovation Process module, it builds on the soft skill foundation already by training advisors to lead participatory innovation. It emphasizes facilitation, creativity, and reflective learning, helping advisors guide farmers and networks through the challenges that are going to appear. This resulted in a more connected, resilient advisory ecosystem. And core competencies, again, are understanding innovation systems, being able to facilitate learning and innovation. And there are supports there. For example, CHAG's discussion group facilitator handbook is available on our system. You're looking at participatory tools such as stakeholder mapping, discussions, innovative cafes, having meetings. Peer-to-peer learning cannot be underestimated in the kind of knowledge transfer, quality knowledge transfer that happens. How would I describe it is that project management module teaches how to manage. The Shaping Innovation process teaches you how to connect and inspire. Together, these modules can produce well-rounded advisors. They're skilled in strategic planning and network facilitation, that have stronger relationships with the advisors, the farmers, the policymakers, and have ability to co-create and communicate innovation. There is, of course, a wider impact. These RAIN networks have evolved into knowledge-sharing platforms, and this means that the advisors are now innovation connectors between practice, research, and policy. In my view, the integration of hard and soft skills defines the AF4EU approach. I would say this is a fine example of it here, where a number of my colleagues across the RAIN networks having meetings. A particular learning for myself would be the top right or the left-hand side there, where people learn better with their peers. You're sharing bread, you're sharing ideas. To conclude, the RAIN workshops helped to uncover what the advisors needed most. The SECRA provided the initial structure and the basis of the development, and then from there we moved on to the modules. They were merging technical and new soft skills. So advisors are now empowered to lead projects, foster innovation, and support long-term agroforestry adoption. I'll leave you with this. Advisory excellence grows where structure meets empathy, where managing timelines meets managing trust. Thank
you
for
very
your
much,
attention.
John. Thank you very much. We have already now 25 people online. So yeah, if you have any, the people that is online, if you have any question, comment, just please make it through the channel, and we will take it on board afterwards. So let's move on forward to the next presentation. Thank you, John. That's about that will be done by Anastasia Pantera. You can come here. Yeah. And the title is Agroforestry in Mediterranean Mountain Areas, Integrating Tradition and Innovation.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So it's nice to be here. And well, I would say it was a big challenge to find a nice title and a theme to present today. And so it was, I proposed actually to say the Mediterranean mountain areas and the green tradition innovation. I could have titled my presentation as Agroforestry in Mediterranean Remote Areas, and because most of the mountainous areas are remote. So this presentation is dedicated to all these areas, these beautiful areas of the Mediterranean, that they are presently suffering in the sense of being abandoned and being remote. Okay, I think
The other one, the black one, the other device.
okay.
Sorry.
So, okay, thank you. So, what is so special about Mediterranean? What is so unique? I was actually attending a meeting last week, and everybody said, well, that, okay, maybe the Northern European countries are not so concerned. They are concerned, of course, but not so concerned about us in the Mediterranean. Well, because Mediterranean is actually really at the point that the three continents meet. So they're bringing a lot of actually knowledge, traditions, and all these nice species that they were established through many years of evolvement. And so it is, this climate conditions, the topographic conditions, have allowed it the evolvement of many nice civilizations, amazing civilizations, And of course, that means that there was also an intense use of the natural resources. So it's always twofold. It's not a one side. So Mediterranean has been generous in supporting life. Life has been generous in living in Mediterranean, but sometimes it was not only always the positive aspect of the natural environment. So that means that there were a lot of co-evolvement, co-adaptation, coexistence that had the positive and the negative aspects for both sides. So the point is, though, that in the Mediterranean, if I ask someone what would be the difference of the Mediterranean as compared to a very nice French location. Of course, in France, you do also have some mountains, but I'm talking about these nice plains. Well, the difference is that if I take, for example, the Greek example, and as Rosa said, that this is the place in Greece that you have a lot of agroforestry. Why? Why agroforestry is so popular in Greece? Why there are so many silvipastoral systems in Greece? The answer is exactly the natural environment itself, the topography. Greece is a mountainous country. Maybe we do have some nice islands, you know, Mykonos and you know Santorini, but besides those two, the rest of the country is mostly mountainous, which means what? People had to survive. And to survive, they had to feed, they had to eat. To eat, they had to take advantage of whatever was given. And given in Greece and in the mountainous areas, not only of Greece, was really limited. Why? Because there was a short growing season in most of the cases. And of course, the resources were exactly limited from the climate. So people had to adapt to a very short climate conditions, a very small window, growing cultivation window, and they have to live out of it. And I was really surprised because I have visited in a lot of other countries, Mediterranean countries, and I really admire people there for their intuition. For example, I have visited Tunisia and I have seen in Tunisia their resources were also very limited. But it's amazing and beautiful how people have taken advantage of these limited resources and they have turned them to amazing land uses and they have survived and they have flourished and they're very well. And so more or less the limitedness, these limited natural resources have increased the intuition of people and human to use the natural resources. So here is where agroforestry comes in, because this is exactly what's agroforestry. Agroforestry is multiple use of the same land. You have to, because, for example, as I said, in the same piece of land, and also take into account that when I hear in France, even in Sardinia, that they're talking about ownership of hectares, I'm surprised. I mean, what are you talking about? In Greece, if you have 1 and 2 hectares, you're happy. Of course, I'm not saying that there are not people, farmers, that they have more than 10 and 100 hectares. That's it. Okay, but still, this is not so the common. The common characteristic of the Mediterranean areas is that they have a small piece of land. Having an hectare is good enough, and they had to live out of this hectare of land. So they had to take total, full advantage of it, and not just for 1 year. They have to be sustainable and use it for year after year and a year. So this comes, again, what I said before, intuition. So people have to be creative, and they have to use of everything. You have to use the trees to provide nuts, trees to provide wood. They have to use crops to provide food for the winter, animals the whole year around to provide egg, meat, and everything. And take all of this all in the same small piece of land. So this is the case. This is agroforestry, maximum capacity and minimum entrance. So this is it. This is how it all started. How? I mean, what was the first type of agroforestry in the Mediterranean? Could it be silvopastoralism? Could it be dinosaurs? The first one that the first agroforestry then practice was silvopastoralism. Well, no, they're not really livestock. They're not so much, but it is one of the oldest land practices in, I think, ever. Silvopastoralism. So it has been there, and especially in their indication of the Eastern Mediterranean indication of silvopastoralism, not to remind you Homer, and Odysseus, Ulysses, who, if you read Odyssey, it is mentioned several times about the big flocks of Homer, that they were grazing in their very nice natural environment. So silvopastoralism was indeed the first type of agroforestry, and it did flourish in the Mediterranean. At least we have records of it, okay? So it has been there, and okay, this is from the Tunisia, which I'm really so surprised. I'm really so admire so much. I mean, they have such a small piece of land and they grow everything. And this is agroforestry for me. It's innovation, it's intuition, it's combination, it's taking advantage of everything. This is a picture that from a previous project. This is from the Ag4EU project, and you can see that in most of the locations that we had agroforestry systems, most of them actually in the Mediterranean regions. If you ask me, the more intensive than the modern ones, they are now, for example, in France. France is very innovative and it's very ahead of time in concerning agroforestry, and Spain, of course. But so in the plains, they have these nice, modern, nice agroforestry systems, but in the Mediterranean, most of them are silvopastoral ones. So they have tried to people had to use everything. They had to use the timber, as I said before, everything. They had to survive. And of course, the environment, it's always a twofold. It's always a two-way relationship. It was quite generous in providing everything, shade, absorption of water, and everything. And this is a typical picture, actually, also from Greece. So you can see this. This is, of course, not such a hilly, that's a mountainous region, but this is kind of like if you see Greece. So in Greece, of course, we have these open forests. As Rosa said, we have the silvopastoral limbs. They can be grazed forests. They can be also grazable forests or open forests. And really, agroforestry fits mountains. And this is why also traditionally we had a lot of similar grazing types, like, for example, the transhumance, which is another indication of how people were so intuitive on taking advantage of whatever was available. And what was available, of course, the natural resources, the feed for their animals. They were just moving their animals. And I was really surprised and admired, I mean, how many seeds were actually transported by the hair of the animals while they were moving from one location to the other. That was biodiversity. This is how biodiversity was supported as well. So tradition was also matching the needs of the farmers and was enhancing biodiversity that we are so looking for right now. It was just happening before. So, of course, this is from Spain. I was really surprised. Again, I really admire this multifunctional, multi-use of natural resources. This is from Portugal, all these nice things. And this is another picture of, well, it's not Greece, this is Morocco. So again, they have these beautiful terraces, because, I mean, what else can you do in this type of environment? You have to survive. Either you die or you have to find ways to survive. And this is how they survive. In this remote area, in this really not so fertile area, they created these nice terraces, and in these terraces they grew their food to survive. So knowledge, flexibility. This is another picture from Greece, from the Aegean Islands, and you can see all these nice terraces. And this small terrace, actually, that the farmer is using. This, you can see the Valonia oak, the trees, and you can see also the annual crop, which is wheat. So this farmer is very successful, and he has been using, and he's supporting his family forever, his big family. And I mean, even this small piece of land was very adequate to support and being happy. So as was mentioned before, I think the major threat of everything, not only of agroforestry, because I said it's always a two ways, it's the loss of knowledge. And why? Because lack of willingness to know. It's lack of willingness to keep, lack of willingness to stay, lack of willingness to hold. So you can see these nice also pictures of flock of goats and sheep from Greece. And of course, these are the threats, but these threats can turn into opportunities because we're not talking about the new era. And for example, you can see the voltaics on the down picture. Well, this is an agrivoltaic spot, okay, because sheep are grazing there. So you can see a lot of other purposes are met. And from this concerning and silvopastoralism has been supporting the farmers not only from their need, the family needs, but also to make other type of products. So here you can see these terraces. This is from another island of Greece, which is also mountainous. It's not flat. There is no flat in Greece. There are only a few areas in Greece that they're flat. So what people were there, they were collecting these acorns. You can see the acorn cup, and you can see the acorns. The acorns has been the best and most nutritious food, one of the actually, not most, one nutrition food for the flocks. And the acorn cups have been used to produce a color, this nice brown tobacco color. If you know all these Roman soldiers, they had these leather costumes and everything. This nice tobacco color was actually dyed by using these acorn cups. And also in Greece, and also I assume also in other Mediterranean countries, all these nice traditional costumes and clothes, they were using, they had this nice tobacco color because of the use of these natural dyes. So agroforestry has been very generous of providing feed, meat, milk, and this is a picture from one of my students' work. And this is a very, very small garden, and look how many products can this small garden provide. I mean, and this garden provides different products throughout the year. So a family is full and is quite able to support. Also, in time, people had used intuition and to find ways. In Greece, there are cuttings, so people were using pollarding. They were pollarding the trees. They were pollarding the trees to use the wood not only for firewood, but also to create their fences. I mean, they didn't have these nice wire fences in the past. They were using whatever they had, and what they had was actually some pieces of the branches. So this is another picture from Greece. You can see this is the famous pig, the pig that will be slaughtered the Christmas, and so the fat will be used throughout the year for the food. The meat of the pig will be used for the family dinner of Christmas, and so it's okay. And here it's a Valonia oak tree, and you can see here how they collect the acorns. That was traditionally using the sticks. That was the traditional type of collecting the acorns. And then needless to say that the cups, the acorns were not a favorable feed for the animals, but also for the people. In ancient Greek, there is a saying that the Arcades, the ones that they're coming from Arcadia in Peloponnese, they were so poor that they were eating acorns to survive. So these nice feed were just also providing food. So threats are two ways, as always. Of course, the land uses changes. They are threatening the agroforestry systems in the mountainous regions, the agricultural abandonment, and of course, we have they all are related to geographical location. It's two ways. It's not only that there are threats to the agroforestry system, but also to the human themselves, because human leave, they desert, they don't practice anymore agroforestry, but at the same time, a lot of flammable biomass is accumulated. So these huge forest fires start, and then you have multiple negative effects, not only to humans, but to the environment also. On the right, you can see a very nice pine tree that they used to collect the resin. And so imagine that this is also on the left side, it's also the same forest, not the same one, but it's also a pine forest. So the question is, can you imagine how the right picture was, or the left one was 20 years ago? There was traffic inside. There were people going inside. There were livestock breeders grazing their animals there. There were people that they were going to collect the resin. There was so much people there. And of course, all that means what? That means that a huge turnover of the biomass. So there was a huge use of these natural resources. All these were abandoned. And what ended up was this these forest fires. So, of course, what I'm saying is that we have to support the local people. We have to support them, and we have to convince them to stay there. And to convince them to stay there, we need tools like the ones that John said, presented. So we have to train them. We have to tell them that it's not so bad to stay there, because it's not easy now to tell young people to stay in mountainous regions for many, many other reasons. So we have, for me, the main problem is local population. We have to convince them, we have to approach them. And this is also why it's so important projects like Agroforestry for EU, because now we provide the tools. It's not just we go there and we buy them some coffee and we tell them what amazing thing agroforestry is. We provide them proof, because everybody is concerned, everybody knows, and everybody would like, really, I mean, they hear so many things, they have so many advisors every day. I mean, also from the government and from the ministry, a lot of people, advisors, go there and tell them do this, do that, whatever. But with Agroforestry for EU, we have so many tools, like all these nice practice abstracts, and I mean, they can even now make their own business model. I mean, that's quite innovative. So and they are aware. I mean, they're clever. I mean, most of them are young people, so they really need to. They have a good judgment, and they can really take advantage of what we produce. Of course, there is always a way of turning disadvantage to advantages. As I said, these are the problems that we have. But the key point is the sound management. It's needed to support and preserve them as part of a natural environment heritage. And to do that, as I said, we need tools. And this is why I love this project, because it provides these tools. So thank you so much. And I'm here for any questions.
Anastasia. Thank you very much. There are some questions in the chat that we can just share right now. We can make also questions just 5 minutes before the coffee break. One of the questions is, do you know if agroforestry offers as an academic course in the programs of agriculture and forestry university in Europe? That's one of the speakers mentioned something about that.
Yes, it depends. I mean, for example, in my university, we do have a course, and a master course, and a bachelor's degree course, yes, on agroforestry. So I assume it's not only us, there must be others as well.
We have also a topic that is pisciculture and agroforestry systems. Yeah.
And I think, if you ask me, I think in the future there are going to be much more. I mean, I know that also in Greece we were the first. We are the first agroforestry laboratory in the university, and I know that right now there are more universities that they're adopting this practice, and they have more courses on agroforestry.
Yeah, they are
in the courses. Yes,
I think it's increasing. Yeah, I fully agree with that. Is there any comment from the floor? Suggestion? No? Shall we go for a coffee? Okay, so for the people that is online, thank you for being there. We will come back again at, let me see, un momentito. Sorry. At 4. So hope you are there. Thank you very much. So the coffee is outside, so we can go for a coffee now. And move forward with the next presentation that could be done by Giuseppe again. And the title is about a project that is called EU4 Advice, Multi-Actor Network to Boost Short Food Supply Chains Advising across Europe. So, Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, and welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you are rested and ready for the second round of presentations. And I will start as has been explained by the presentation of EU4 Advice, a project, and it's about the short food supply chain and its linkage with advisory services. So going to the next slide and see if it works. Yes, it does. We have in this project 21 partners, with Innogestiona being coordinator partner, and in this occasion I am replacing Patricia Morra, our project coordinator. And we have 13 countries represented. Specifically, we can say that we have 4 living labs in Spain, Hungary, the Netherlands, and Ireland. We are, as we're saying, at the third act of this project. So we have 2 more years to go until September 27. And we have a twin project from the same call, which is CoreNet. And together with CoreNet, we are building the first short food supply chain advisory network funded under Horizon Europe. So this is not just about creating the network, but to having a capacity built by the living labs in a co-creation, a co-implementation of many factors within their living labs that we want to bring to the entire union. So supporting the advisors as catalyzers and implement them for the knowledge flow, creating in practice a network that includes over 600 advisors of any kind, and we will go specifically on why I say of any kind, by promoting and integrating the SFSC advisor into the national ACIs. So what we call short supply chain is it's a type of chain where it's short. There's not like a clear and it's set in stone definition of like on a certain length, but let's say that it's about when farmers can sell directly to producers or to consumer to their produce to consumers within the minimum set of intermediaries. And the reason why we support it and why it should be supported, because creates a larger plethora of choices for farmers and consumers, and because increase bargaining power for farmers. We are just came back last month from our precisely a month ago from our General Assembly, where we also have a visit in the farms that collaborated with the project, and thanks to the practice applied in the living labs, they are now more aware of what is the pricing that they should put for their produce, and more importantly, they found new channels to sell their product on a local base, especially to things like procurement for schools, for hospitals, or any other public space that could provide food. And this also creates 2 great important aspects. First of all, it is very convenient from a food security and sovereignty, because if you are not reliant on long supply chains, or you can always have this backup, that is of course convenient from a security perspective, but also it creates a momentum as not only capacity building, but community building, because this creates a interchange among many actors, then creates network that as a social capital, it's sometimes even unquantifiable for as a all positive output. And on the advisor perspective, this is important. That the advisor should be supported in that sense, because there is a variety of skill needed also just to receive this type of knowledge in order to create these supply chains. So there is this added baseline farmer advising needs, and without a professional support, this type of business model could be indeed much more vulnerable to the context that they are in. As expected projects, we are trying to create a new network of short food supply chain advisors, and integrating them with their national ACIs. And I'm proud to say that as COPA-COGECA, we are at the forefront in this regard as work package leaders of this specific tasks. And it was nice to meet our fellow colleagues from Living Labs, where they're creating a really grassrooted experiment and positive outputs, and then we're now here in Brussels trying to meet midway and creating this network that could spread around Europe. Another thing is that we want to create short food supply chain specific training content, tools and method to support the development and upscaling the short food supply chains, because of course we don't want to be this to be just anecdotal or a good intellectual exercise. We want to make this as a good examples for many other areas where this can be replicated and adapted to their contexts. And on the other hand, there is also the aspect of how policymakers can tackle governance and regulatory barriers of the food supply chains. And sometimes a little riddle, sorry if I cannot pronounce it properly. Because at the moment there is no clear definition at times of what is a short food supply chain. Then there is no real governance, or dare I say strategy around that. So if perhaps this work we're doing along with Coronet could be the trigger for a serious talk about what short food supply chain means for Europe. Also for a regulatory base and their integration to ACIS. As I said, there is the extraordinary work carried by the 4 Living Labs, and they are used to cross-contaminate each other. Indeed, as part of the project, we have cross visits, and on rotation, the leads of the Living Labs are visiting Ireland, then Spain, etc. And with the help of each other, they are identifying the needs and barriers in real life, in real settings, where they can see the quality and the quantity of the problems and the solutions, testing and piloting, and all this will help us to create what it takes to integrate this knowledge to the national ACIS and then replicate this to the other national ACIS, to the missing countries from these 4, create the training that are needed and also test those trainings, and have a serious reflection on the regulatory and the governance. Not taking too much time of what are the major aims, because this has been already specified. We can say that the aims are to respond to advice needs and few farmers and other actors in the related issues, and respond to the accreditation and training needs of the advisors, because we need to be to understand that when we say advisor, we say many things, because of course we said that we mapped over 600 people that could fall under the category advisors, but there are different capacity for different people, and some of these advisors are also leaving their role as advisors in an informal manner, in an informal setting. So they would rather fall under the category of facilitators or, space holders, even as a person that creates the space for knowledge to flow and then to develop from it. So in this case, the target groups as advisors, but in the broadest sense possible. Then on the other hand, we are trying, though, to bring some structure in that sense, creating training structure based also on the AIT food training program. And we're indeed also considering and creating future certification. This, of course, it's helped and supported by digital and modular design compatible with micro-credential systems that can be adapted to different needs and profile. So all these needs to be flexible and practice-oriented, because, as we said, there are many contexts in which we want to make sure or invest in the idea that short food supply chain can grow and thrive, but it needs to be also compatible with the agricultural work and adapted to the reality they are in. And this is more or less the list in the core modules from the training perspective. So the innovative solution, the food production systems, and also food technology, and the crucial soft skills. So these are more or less the modules and the sub areas of this of the modules we are creating from a training perspective. As for the challenges for this next part of the work, we have, in a way, a lack of that data on SFSC. So we don't know how much is the weight of the impact from the EU economy, society, and security, and its potential. As we're trying to create this system, we also need a support from the AKIS and from the system. So we need the support for the advisors, but also the identification accreditation for the formal advisors, as we mentioned before. So the formality of some structure can be more of an obstacle than an opportunity in some cases, and in some contexts where we said informality and an horizontal approach towards advisory, it's more in place. So the country confederation of AKIS can create many differences from also from how they are structured, in a sense, from the countries that are very centralized, or other examples like in Spain, where it's very decentralized and based on regional or macro areas. Heading towards the end, I can say that what has been done, we identified the AKIS bodies, we designed the trainings and the criteria of the inclusion. What is going on is now creating the advisors network, and this is on us as COPA-COGECA, and create close cooperation also with other EU projects, and design the micro-credentials. Coming soon, as we said, the testing of said trainings and webinars where we are going to bridge between policymakers, stakeholders, and our living what's happening in the living labs. So not only just in the countries that we said, like Hungary and Netherlands, but beyond. And with this is my last slide. If you have time, please take the QR code for be in the loop, and I'll give you back the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. I am. Well, there are questions in the chat. I have also one question. I don't know if there is any question from the floor.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
You talked there about the accreditation of informal short supply chain. What do you mean by that exactly? What do you mean by accreditation, or what do they need accreditation for?
The next one. I remember.
Well, on a quick answer, I would just say that it's isn't just that we as accreditation I mostly meant that they are acknowledged and recognized as advisor, even if they are outside of the scope of what ACIS defined as an advisor, and we're trying to train them regardless of what they label themselves, more or less.
My question goes that also in that relation to that. There is a kind of accreditation that is produced by EUFRAS. I am not sure if you are aware of that. It's an association that was working and collaborating with us. It's a European Union association. Yeah, my question is if you are aware of, do you have any contacts or connections with them, or is just a parallel accreditation?
What's the name of the organization?
EUFRAS.
Not that I recall. Unfortunately, that is something that could be new, but I will be very happy to hear more about it. Okay, absolutely.
Okay. There is another question from the floor. I don't know if just for you, for the floor, not from the internet. The question is about they are interested in knowing about experience on circular economy for foresters. Do you have any kind, I guess, with short supply chains associated with forestry, or just with agricultural products? What's your, I mean, because it's about agroforestry, so I guess the question comes from there.
I understand. Specifically for what we're doing in the living labs with this project, there is not like something needle specific, might be wrong, on the in the living labs, but the idea is that we are creating something that it's as agnostic as possible, and it can be reproduced and replicated in the possible scenarios. Okay. Because as a capacity building, as a community building, even those are things that go beyond what is the context. It can be remote areas or very close to highly urbanized areas. For instance, when we were talking about the examples of the last month of the visit that we did, we were in Valencia, which is the third or the fourth, I may be wrong, Spanish city in as largest city, yeah. But we were in the surroundings. But we are giving the context also of a less urbanized area of Hungary or a very inland Ireland. So we're trying to find different ways, solutions, because we're trying to be as universal as possible while we're creating the capacity building tools and the training tools. Yeah. Because we're mostly aiming at advisor to ignite this change.
Yeah, well, in this project and in other projects that we have, one of the, let's say, sustainable requisites to develop our business models and improve and modelize the short value chain. So that could be a floor to collaborate between the different European Union projects that we have already. That's yeah, I think that's you will see it when Alice speaks about it afterwards. Any other question from the floor? No, I can see that there is no questions from the chat. So let's move to the. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. Let's move to the next presenter, who is a colleague, also working in short supply chains. He was the coordinator of a project that was called Skin. I remember a long time ago, but it was not so long time ago. Yeah, of the Affinet. So our former projects, I think we were the same call anyway. Yeah, we were sister projects. We were sister projects, yeah. And he will introduce a new project on behalf of Patricia Mora. Patricia was not able to be here, but no, sorry, was with you. Yes, you're right. You're right. Sorry, coordinate, connecting advisors. Sorry, towards a European network and of change producer consumers. So Fedele Calantuono, he comes from the University of Foggia in Italy. So the floor is yours.
Thank you for this invitation. I was very pleased to attend this event also because, as you were mentioning, we know each other for a long time. We started together with this new Horizon trend on creating European networks on thematic topics. So in a skin project, we were working on short food supply chain good practices. And you, in parallel, were involved in the agroforestry with Afinet. So also in that period, we were in touch, and now I'm very pleased and happy that our roads have put us together again on your important stage of your final event and closure of your project. So what I would like to do is to leave also an open window for you in order to give a possibility for a better exploitation of the results of your project, because as you have heard, together with EU4Advise, we are developing also under the Horizon Europe program, this EU network of advisors in short food supply chain. So this means that if from your project there is something that can be shared through our network, or if there are any advisors interested to join our network because they want to exploit these competencies in agroforestry and have new possibilities for farmers working in agroforestry, we are more than welcome to host you. So just moving forward with my presentation, Coronet is a project that started in 2022. I represent the coordination team from the University of Foggia, which is based in South Italy. I work at the Department of Economics, and this project is involving 15 partners from 11 European countries. The first slides are quite similar to those presented by Giuseppe before, given the fact that we, EU4Advise and Coronet, are sister project. They were applied at the same time for the same goal. So the objective, the common objective is the same, developing this EU network of advisors in short food supply chain. And what we are doing is to work very closely and putting together our efforts in order to reach this goal and enlarge this network at EU level without replicating or duplicating our initiatives and trying to work in a good and smooth environment, because our stakeholders are the same from both projects. So it would have no sense to do the same thing everybody on his own. So our approach is a multi-actor approach because we involve from our side well-differentiated categories of experts, not only from the academic and research side, but also from the advisory systems. And our partners, majority of the partners are actually advisors, and they work in short food supply chain, so they are very skilled on this topic. And in order to be present in all 27 member states, we have asked the contribution and found very skilled and motivated entities outside our consortium that we call them key national contact points. So in this sense, we have involved 16 entities that can support the replication of our material, dissemination, and involving new advisors. So the focus is about short food supply chain because it's really important for rural development, but also not only for the viability and long lasting of small farms, but also for social aspects and of course environmental issues. Staying on the main definition given by the European Commission from AP Agri in 2014, so short food supply chain are those models of supply chain where there is maximum one intermediary between the producer and the consumers. And this is very helpful because gives a guidelines for all member states, since the definitions are not so well homogenized among countries. But now on, also from the experience that we are verifying in our policy mapping, all countries are trying to align and give such framework that could be useful for the future of these models. The main examples of short food supply chain, first of all, are the farmers' direct sales, farmers' markets. There are good also opportunities for public procurement given by regional and local levels. So there is a new trend to involve local producers in public procurement, like the school canteens, for example, but also have kind of agri-catering restaurants and things like that. And after the COVID, there was an expansion of new tools to promote online marketing. That is also an extra possibility for small farmers to sell their product. So in practice, short food supply chains are creating and putting the basis for a trustful relationship between the society and of course the small farmers and the producers. We collect knowledge that are available on short food supply chain with an eye on the advisory role. Trying to build this long-lasting community that will be spread across Europe, and this community will continue the knowledge transfer, knowledge sharing through this peer-to-peer learning, which is the focus of our network. In terms of contents and opportunities that we offer to our registered advisors, we are organizing a series of networking events, for example, field visits, workshops, European roadshows. And in this occasion, we share our material, our golden cases. And recently, we also offered an opportunity for advisors to apply for new project idea. Is like a cascade funding that we have foreseen in our project. And I have a slide dedicated to this Lighthouse project. If among you there is any advisors or people who are interested to join our network because you feel close to this topic, or you would like to start to understand more on the advisory system in short food supply chain, we invite you to join our database. It's very simple. Here I've included the QR code, but you can also join it online. There is a consent form that we decided to translate in all European languages just to make this process simple for the advisors. And when we receive new applications, new registrations, we just put them online in our interactive map on the Coronet website. Although this is a process that we have in combination with you for advice to map and attract new advisors, the interactive map is available online on the Coronet website and also linked to the EU for Advice website. And here is possible to search for advisors in different countries with keywords, also according to the background, the expertises of the advisors. So far, we have more than 600 registered advisors, which is for us a good success, because in the first part of the project implementation, I have to admit that was not easy, especially in those countries where short food supply chain is not well positioned, and maybe there are people who work on the advisory service in short food supply chain, but they do not recognize themselves as pure advisor. So in this sense, there is still work to do. And with this online system, we want to put all people at the same level. So this is an open network where everyone is free to interact with another. There is the possibility to send an email and establish a contact. In this knowledge hub, that is one section of the Coronet website, we also store the project materials, as I've shown you before, the advisory information, but also examples on short food supply chain, which can be golden cases or basic good practice. If we have golden cases, is because they reply to some factors, indicators that classify them as very impactful or replicable cases. And these golden cases are also useful elements for our networking initiatives because during our events, we invite some experts that are dealing with this case. For example, last week, we had our European Roadshow in France in the city of Rennes. And we combined this event with an anniversary of the local network of short food supply chain. In this occasion, we shared to some of our golden cases, and we invited the expert to explain these golden cases, and participants had the possibility to visit these golden cases through a field visit. So in this type of event, we try to match different aspects for the knowledge sharing. So as I asked before, if from your project, your experience, your expertise, there is any example that can be shared in our website as a good practice coming from the agroforestry. Before I've heard very interesting presentations also giving some example on the products that can be sold in short food supply chain coming from agroforestry. One of the most common is honey, but there are products from dairy sector or even meat, so whatever is possible to be sold in a local market. So if you have any example from your project, also for the future, after the end of your project, we are happy to host you. As a recent initiative, we have started this series of online webinars. We have established such a calendar to have these webinars in the context of Coronet Agora, and the webinars are called Advisinar, just because we want to offer this webinar to the registered advisor in our database. And in every, it's a 1-hour webinar. In every webinar, we try to cover some examples on short food supply chain, like golden cases. So the expert in charge of a golden case will briefly introduce the case, or also to in-depth any topic. Example are regulatory aspects, new policy, or some innovations that could be useful for the advisors. And at the end, we propose a list of topics that the advisors attending this event can choose. So we make a kind of ranking, and we take this as a topic for the coming webinars to feel them more active and involved. So this is the news about the Lighthouse project. That is a possibility. We have dedicated for each project a budget of 5,500 euros, and we foresee to have one project per each EU member state. So by the end of the project, we expect 27 projects. We launched this opportunity in April. So far, we got 5 applications, but the call is still open, and you can find it online. There is a simple form to complete and send the application. These are some pictures from our field visits. So far, we got 5 field visits in 5 different countries. After every field visit, we share interviews, storytelling, reports, so all materials that are prepared in the context of a European Roadshow. The website is always updated with news, and we share also news materials that is coming from other projects, other events addressed by other networks. So we are open in this sense. Also from your side, if you have any material, any report, whatever, we can share it on our website. And I think that's all from my side. These are our project contacts. If you have some questions now, or until the end of the day, I'm here and I'm happy to reply you and also establish new contacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fedele. I don't know if there is any comment or question from the floor. John?
You mentioned there about the list of advisors and also listing their expertise. How is their expertise judged? Is it self-declared or is it something that you...
No, it's self-declared, because in the consent form, we, well, there was a preliminary phase in our project development where we tried to define the profile of advisors in short food supply chain, try to understand the key fields of expertise, background, fields of interest. So in the consent form, there is a list that the person can scroll down and tick the main profile, the main interest that he or she thinks are relevant. So these are keywords that can be shown in the database online. So if you are interested, a peer or a colleague on this topic, you just put this keyword and you will have those per countries or in a specific country. Yeah.
I have a question. Is there any kind of connection between the advisors that you include in the list and the ones that belong to the national ACIS system?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question.
Sorry.
Because the ACIS is not an easy word.
Yeah.
And also an easy word and word, because it's a constellation, and now it's becoming more and more spread around countries. But as far as I have also got the possibility attending some events related to the Modern ACIS project, where they are really dealing with the ACIS. So I have personally seen that there is a lot of fragmentation in this sense. What we are doing is trying to involve those representatives from ACIS also in our network. And in parallel, we are also trying, especially from the EU4Advise side, to develop a database of policymakers or people working in the policy on short food supply chain, and ACIS, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's for the future of this network and this type of knowledge sharing is really important to have a position in the ACIS. And I hope also that for the viability and long lasting of these networks of advisors in the future CAP, there could be a space for advisors.
Yeah. In the CAP there is a space for advisors. But yes, it's really fragmented. I have another question.
And also not only because they recognize accredited advisors, so that would be much space for people, because in our database, since we have left it open, there are also, we call them informal advisors. So those advisors who are not accredited by the official national system, but they work as advisors.
Yeah.
So it's a pity to leave them out.
Yeah. And I mean, like in agroforestry, you're dealing also with definitions on the short supply chain. What about, I mean, you asked us for examples. What about if a company has both the short and the long supply chain? Do you include them in your system? No. How do you live with that?
Well, if it's a good impactful example, we can also include it, because if they are really working on a short food supply chain, well, I've never found an example of a farm that works strictly on both. of course, farmers are open to every type of marketing, but if we are really talking about short food supply chain, generally are small farmers from very rural areas. So
Yeah.
it's not so common that they can have larger quantity, because sometimes the demand by the longer distribution and large distribution is too high, that only if we talk about cooperatives,
Yes,
then it
that's what I'm
becomes
going to
different.
say.
Yeah,
It's about cooperatives, because when you work with cooperatives, they still do whatever they want, but they are joining to have a bit of more long and medium supply chains.
yeah.
So it's a that was my question.
Yeah, because
about-
now it's becoming also a kind of competition, because supermarkets, big chains have seen the
yes.
potential of short food supply chain, local products. So they have started to
Yes.
look for these farmers to have dedicated lines, shelves in the supermarket where they sell products coming from local producers.
Yes, which is even cheaper for them also. It's cheaper for them to buy, and they can even sell more expensive, because it's people like
that's the
usually what they
deal.
like.
That's the deal.
Any other comment from the floor? No? I think outside there are questions. No? Okay.
No questions? Okay.
No questions from internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fedele.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Seyed Ali Hossein Yekani. He will make, he's a work package leader of Agroforestry for EU, dealing with the business models section and modeling of business model section. And he will be making the presentation titled Business Models to Transform Agroforestry Farms. So Ali, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Remember to left one. Okay, I will close.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ali Hosseini. I'm a senior scientist in agricultural economics in the Farm Economics and Ecosystem Services Working Group of SOLV, the Leibniz Center for Agricultural Landscape Research in Germany. My talk today is about the business models to transform agroforestry farms. Actually, this is the main task we had also in this project. In work package 2 of this project, I was in charge of, not me, but also our team was in charge of modeling and optimizing business model canvases in order to transform agroforestry farms. Yes. In the first place, I would like to mention to whom we design these business models, because when you want to do a business planning or design a business model, you need to know what is the specifications of the farm. So in the first step, we needed to understand which types of agroforestry farm types we have in different living labs. That's why we prepared an abstract questionnaire and sent it around to different reigns of the project, and all farmers of the reign completed this abstract questionnaire, sent them back to us. And according to the answers we received, we tried to categorize them in at least 3 significantly different group and homogeneous groups. We introduced these groups to the RAINs, and the members of RAIN in one of the workshops of the RAIN presented their activities and selected one representative farm out of each group. So this way we identified the representative farms of each RAIN. Yes, here you see the list of farm types or agroforestry farm types we identified in different ranges, in 11 ranges we had. I will show you a better slide. Here we try to entitle each representative farm in a way that it is self-descriptive, in a way that it describes what are the main value chains of each representative farm. Here you see the comparison of the all interviewed 61 farms from all ranges and selected 34 representative farms. Why 34? Because in Portugal we had 4 groups and 4 representative farms. So as you see, this slide shows very well that the representative farms are very good examples or samples of the whole 65 farmers. As you see, 56% of the whole interviewed farmers were from silvopastoral, 4% from agro-silviculture, and 20% both. And you see the same, almost more or less the same percentages among our representative farms. This slide shows the livestock production in agroforestry systems, at the same time a comparison of representative farms and the whole farms. As you see, the dark green shows the interviewed 61 farms, and light green shows representative farms. You see the shares are almost the same. The main livestock production are coming from sheep, cattle, and other animals as well. This slide shows the share of arable production in agroforestry systems, crop, horticulture, and vine production. The type of trees also you can see in this slide. Again, you see the same order and the same share of different tree types in different living labs. And this slide shows the type of timber trees and the species you see from oak, ash, pine, and other types of trees. And this slide shows the fruit trees. So the main fruit production is about you see about for pear and apple, cherry, olive, and so on. And here also the nut trees. You see the main nut production is chestnut, walnut, hazelnut, and so on. So it's very important that when we talk about business model that can transform agroforestry, it's very important which sustainability indicators we are selecting and we are using in our design, because we are arguing that these business models will not make only farmers not only from economic point of view profitable, but also from other environmental and social elements more sustainable. So it's very important to know which indicators we are using, because we are using an optimization approach, and the type and also the share of these indicators are very crucial in the whole modeling. And as you see, according to the opinions of the stakeholders from different ranges, we try to order and select the most popular economic, social, and environmental indicators. So according to this, we selected net present value of gross margin as our economic indicator, job creation as a social indicator, biodiversity as one of the environmental indicators, along with water usage and carbon sequestration and GHG emissions. These are the indicators we calculated and put in the objective function of our optimization model. This slide shows the interrelation of a business plan and business model canvas. Why we are modeling business model canvas? Because this way we can focus on specific elements of the whole business, from key partners to customer segments. So we can cover all aspects of a business and try to design both operational and strategic business models. Operational business models is a short-term quantitative business plan which includes production plan, marketing plan, organization plan, and financial plan. But the strategic business model canvas is a qualitative long-term plan. It focuses on long-term strategies that will be recommended in the plan in order to improve each of these 9 segments of business model canvas. This slide shows the whole methodology we had. As you see in the left, we used a bioeconomic farm model, model, which is a multi-criteria decision-making model. In order to use this bioeconomic farm model in our project, we needed to design and add 2 new modules, agroforestry modules and value chain modules, because these 2 elements were important and were not considered in MODAM. We designed these new modules to enable us to simulate these elements. And as you see in the other box, we included not only gross margin maximization like normal bioeconomic farm models, but also environmental and social elements in the objective function. And one of the main elements also in the objective function, as you see, is shortening the value chain, which was very important to us. And finally, I will show you in my slides, the whole modeling chain were integrated in the final decision support system, because the idea was from the beginning to have a generic modeling chain in a way that can design business models for every end users. But it was important to first of all know the agroforestry farm typologies, because as I will show you, our DSS is based on these farm typologies. Here, this slide shows our SWOT analysis, which we used for our long-term business model canvas, a strategic part. In order to design this plan, we need 3 categories of information. First, we need to know the prevalence of SWOT factors from stakeholders. And in the other side, from expert side, we needed to know the importance degree of each of these SWOT elements, and also the attractiveness score of each strategy in the face of each SWOT factor. So these elements were very important for us, and we collected them. So the same, as we wanted to implement a strategic planning also in our platform, we needed to have the expert's point of view not as general, but specifically for each RAIN, because the importance degree of SWOT factors, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats can and are different in different RAINs and in different regions. That's why we collected the experts' point of view from all RAIN areas, and we included them in our modeling system. And as I will show you also some slides from our platform, and as Rosa also mentioned, using this approach, we are able to first determine the strategic position of the farm, if the positive elements higher than negative elements, or vice versa. So this shows the strategic position of the farms, and according to this strategic position, the relevant strategies are recommended, selected actually, and recommended. Our result is based on this quantitative strategic business planning matrix, and in the platform also all strategies will be scored according to the evaluations of users plus experts, and the highly ranked strategies will be selected. And here I show you how the decision support tool, our AFIBOS decision support tool, is working. As I said, we have it in 2 versions, operational and strategic. This is the first design of the operational business model canvas in the DSS. As you see, when users use this platform, first of all, they need to update lots of data, because this plan is based on the specifications of the farm, from production, marketing, organization, and everything. But as I said, we already identified 3 farm typologies from each region. That's why when users go to the system, first of all, they select their region. And according to this, they will see a list of farm types. And according to the similarity of their farm with one of these farm typologies, they will select one of them. By selecting and importing, all data will be imported. And as you see, they can see and adjust all the data. For example, let me show you again this slide. This one shows the land availability of different fields in the farm. So this information belongs to our representative farm, to the selected farm type. But it can be the case that the information of farmer, the user, is different than this one. Or assume that a policymaker would like to simulate some policies. They need to determine the specification of the hypothetical farm, so they can enter the system and they can input the data, they can adjust all the data, and run the model and see the results. I will show you some example results also, but here you see, in addition to normal business model canvas, users can select different levels of agroforestry practice adoption options. So they can test different level of these adaptations. For example, they can test if they would like to include soil mulch in their system in order to reduce the water consumption. So if they mention yes, I would like to test it in my business model, they need to also identify, as you see in the right side, what is the effect of this mulch using on water consumption. For example, if they think it will reduce water consumption by 15%, they can set it into 15% and run the model and see the results. So, I mean, in the baseline scenario, they will see their normal business model, but they can test it for under different scenarios of different adoption options. So the other option is including rainwater harvesting. The other was including a nitrogen fixing approach. Also, they can test including buffer strips in the farm. But in addition to yes and no, they need to identify the expected impact of each on the target values. Also, policymakers can test different policies. As you see, we can test different levels of carbon credit. But what policymakers or scientists need to set the prices of these carbon credits, how much euros per each kilogram of carbon equivalent. In terms of biodiversity payment schemes, also they can test different euros per hectare of buffer strips. Also, in terms of agroforestry, establishment support, and also water use efficiency, mineral fertilizer tax. So all of these policies can be tested. And in other projects, we are going to include other policy options here by including other policy levers. And as I said in the beginning, sustainability indicators are very, very important, and the orders are very important. If a farmer wants to consider only profitability, so and they if they want to see if we don't care about environmental and social indicators, how my business model will look like. So here they can come here and they can play around with these orders. As you see, the users can set different weights or different orders for different elements of objective function, starting from gross margin maximization, water use minimization, job creation maximization, greenhouse gas emission minimization, biodiversity maximization, and also nitrate leaching minimization. These are the elements that we selected according to the opinions of stakeholders. And also they can test different levels of expected precipitation, and also different levels of discount rate, different levels of wages, and so they can also play around with different parameters. And once they run the model, they can see the result in the form of business model canvas distributed among 9 different building blocks. Here in the key activities part, they will see their optimal cropping pattern, the optimal production pattern, let's say. They will see what is the optimal acreage of different crops, trees, and also livestock. In the key resources part, they will see the level of resources they need. For example, if the level of their family labor force is not enough, they have to hire from the market. So here they will see their key resources. Or in terms of key partners, here they will find out to what extent they should buy different inputs from different sellers in the market. Also, they will see their cost structure. If they follow this business model, how is their cost structure? In the front stage of business model canvas, they will see customer segments. Customer segments tells them to what extent they must sell to which buyer in the market in line with their objectives. It will tell them their market, their optimal market planning. In the value proposition, they will see the main values this business model is targeting. I mentioned these indicators in terms of greenhouse gas, in terms of gross margin, in terms of job creation. So they will see here the final level of each value proposition indicator. And they will see also the channels, what is the number of channels they will use in this business model, their customer relationship, the number of customers they will be in contact, and finally revenue streams from tree production, crop production, and also livestock production, how much the revenue, and finally how much gross margin they will have. But in the strategic business modeling part, as I said, the same for the operational. First of all, they need to select their country. Why? Because, as I said, we have different evaluations from different experts. The level of importance or importance degree of SWOT factors are different in different countries. So they need to select their countries. They will see the 9 blocks of business model canvas. They can select. After selection, they need to score the prevalence of each factor. Actually, they will not determine the importance degree, which is already evaluated by the experts, but here they mention to what extent these factors, these strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are visible in my farm. They will answer by asking by answering to different questions about different factors, and by giving their answers, they will see their strategic position plus two recommending strategies. So here, this part is not quantitative anymore, but they will see their long-term strategies, long-term recommendations from the platform. Here, I just want to show you the overview of representative farms business model canvas, which will be the basis in the platform. For example, in the Andalusia, we have extensive DSR silvopastoral farm. This is one of the farm types users can select. So if their farm, their real farm or their hypothetical farm is similar to this type of agroforestry farm type, they will select this one and they will adjust their parameters according to what they want. Or in Andalusia, they can go and select this type of farm, olive, almond, pasture, mixed agroforestry farm. According to our initial testing, we identified that, let me see also the previous slide. Yes, increasing the share of direct selling will improve profitability of farmers, at least by 10%. So the minimum, I think, was in this farm type. In the other farm types, we had more effect on profitability. From this farm type, we identified that improving on-farm processing will affect the economic viability of the farms. The third farm type in Andalusia is olive, almond, silvopastoral system with cattle and sheep. Here we identified promoting high-quality olive oil will have an important role in improving profitability. And this is the result of strategic planning for this living lab. The main promising strategy here is expanding practitioners network for Andalusia. And we have the, also the same for other living labs or networks. For example, in Belgium, we have 3 identified representative farms: horticultural, fruit tree, agroforestry farm, mixed dairy forage, timber agroforestry farm, and grassland silvopastoral farm with walnut or integration. Let's review for Finland: cereal, legume strips with fruits, berry and fruit olive agroforestry with poplar and willow, mixed cereal forage with silvopastoral farm. In France, we have mixed livestock forage agroforestry farm, vineyard agroforestry estate, market gardening and hedgerow agroforestry farm. In Galicia, we have pasture maize, silage beef poultry system, mixed arable pasture cattle with wheat potato rotation, and communal forest pasture silvopastoral system. In Germany, we have walnut alley agroforestry on arable land, forest-centered rotation with clover grass silage, pasture agroforestry with walnuts, sheep, and alpacas. In Greece, we have sheep silvopastoral farm, pasture-based sheep producer, professional beekeeping. In Ireland, mixed livestock silvopastoral farm with oak and Sitka spruce, and agroforestry sheep farm with native woodland integration, pasture-based cattle sheep agroforestry with native mixed trees. And in Italia, walnut olive integrated agroforestry estate, olive vineyard cattle integrated farm, a small diversified agroforestry and beekeeping farm. For Portugal, rye oat sheep silvopastoral system with oak and chestnut integration, olive grove agroforestry system, goat-based farm with pasture and acorn, olive pastureship, silvopastoral system with trees, and in Slovakia, cattle pasture with broadleaf rose, orchard silvopasture with sheep, and finally grass lay emerging agroforestry with poultry. Yes, thank you so much for your listening, and if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your impressive work, Ali. I have no questions from the floor. It's a bit late because we are running out of time. Any comment or question for Ali? Yes, please, John.
Guaranteed I'm going to ask a question. So, the impact on the target value, is that a bit subjective? That's based on the expert's opinion as to what the impact is going to be.
Yes, strategic planning has two sides actually. One side is expert opinion in terms of importance degrees, but the other side is stakeholders' opinion about prevalence. And the combination will determine the strategic position, and it will affect the selected strategies.
And if there was variation between what the expert thought was going to be the impact and the stakeholder farmer, which one gets preference?
Actually, it is a combination. It is a combination. But if you're asking about if we can change also, because what we see in the platform and can be adjusted by the farmers or by the users is the prevalence degree. But also not directly, but indirectly, we can update the scores of experts, and so it will affect. So because during the time, the importance degree of these factors can be changed, and yeah, it will be adaptable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other question from the floor? No? So thank you very much, Ali, again. We move now to our last presentation that will be done by Francisco Javier Rodriguez Figueiro. And it's about a new project that has just started and is quite related with this, called Green Co-op, Upscaling Business Models Linked to Agroforestry. So, Javier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Thank you for the opportunity to present the project. This project that we just started like a couple of weeks, like almost 1 month ago. So we are going to present what is expected, what is the project, what we have planned, but of course we cannot present a lot of results now. So which is the basis for us to create, which is the problematic? There is a problem in the rural areas that even if they cover more than 80% of the European Union's territory, with the 20 million of hectares, there are 20 million of hectares in risk of abandoned. And there you have this map that is based on the utilized agricultural area. The percentage of land in each territory, in each region, that it's in risk or abandoned. There you can see that, for example, in the northwest of Spain, north of Portugal, and the Mediterranean coast of Spain, and other areas like in Finland, etc., Scotland, we have high rates of land abandoned, and as consequences here we face the increased risk of forest fires, as we suffer clearly in Galicia, for example, since we have a biomass rate really high of production of biomass. We are facing, we could potentially face a loss of biodiversity due to this land abandon, landscape degradation, soil erosion and desertification, lack of land management, of course, and reduced food security coming from this abandonment of the rural landscape and areas. So for this, we proposed the Green Co-op, and this project aims to develop and implement these innovative rural community business models that integrate agroecological and digital innovations that we call ADs, that I'm going to explain to you what is that. This is the project distribution of the partners. It was funded with 6 million euros, and as I mentioned, we just started like almost not even 1 month ago. So I have a bit spoken about these problematics that leads us to land abandon, but also we have linked to this land linked to this land abandoned or causing this land abandoned a lack we have identified and also searched through European Union and Parliament research reports, etc. There is identified a lack of rural business models, a rural to urban exodus. So, for example, more than 5 million of workers left the rural areas from 2005 to 2017. Low social inclusion with not even a 10% of women as farmers, scarce in generational replacement with just a bit above 10% of farmers that are below 40 years old, and linked to this, the aging of rural population. The solution identified and proposed is the development of these rural communities business models that aim to improve rural business, through the adoption of these agroecological and digital innovations, and thus increase the ecosystem services provision. So, explaining you this project, the Green COP is organized similar to other projects into 7 work packages that implement a transdisciplinary and multi-actor approach at the core of the project. And at the core of the project, we have this rural innovation business community network that is led by the University of Thessaly, and coming from here and working inside of each of these each of the nodes of this network, we have the demonstrators of these agroecological and digital innovations. We have as a work package 3 a sustainability assessment led by CGA Montpellier, the modeling also led by Ali here for the integrated modeling for business community and policy recommendations that will be led by University of Santiago de Compostela. The communication the platform led by the Agricultural University of Athens, including the Knowledge Cloud, the multilingual open online courses, the decision support tool. We have the work package 6 for communication and dissemination, and led by FEUGA, and the work package 7 on coordination led by the University of Santiago. So here, I think this is more interesting. Here we have the network of living labs of the project. We have 17 living labs across 11 countries and 6 biogeographic regions, including China. Here we have 2 living labs in China. And in each of these living labs, you can see there some icons that are related to the different ADs that are the agroecological digital innovations that will be addressed in each of the living labs. So here we have energy like agrivoltaics, biogas, and grazing for power line management. We have nutrients with biochar, compost, and manure. We have weeds, weeding, agroecological management of the weeds, biocides, and digital control. We have territorial connections with virtual fencing and sensor technologies, the water security, for digital irrigation and sustainable water management, and the value chains that are across all the living labs, like transversal, mandatory for all living labs, with the diversification of the logistics, social practices, and the circular economy. So these are the 6 ADs that I have been explaining to you. We will it's the first one for energy, the second one for nutrients, the third one for weeding, for territorial connections, 5 for water security, and 6 for value chain innovations. So these ADs aim to support the transition of the traditional agricultural value chains towards a more sustainable ones, like these shorter ones that we mentioned in the other presentations previous here in this meeting. We have the 6 ADs, and a set of demonstration cases will be developed within the living labs on pilot farms in these 3 ways: conventional, organic, and with mixed models. So we have here just it's how we are distributing this ADs testing and these innovations testing. We have for the energy, the agrovoltaics, the power lines, grazing, and the biogas that are in those countries there, and the biogeographical distribution. We have the nutrients one with biochar and compost and manure that will be tested in most of the countries. For within the same, it will be tested in most of the countries and all the biogeographical regions. China, as you can see, it's testing almost all with the 2 living labs we have there. For the territorial connections, we have Spain and China with the positioning collars and virtual fencing. And for the water security, we also have all these countries also in the Mediterranean area and Atlantic, Pannonian, and China. And as I previously mentioned, we have the mandatory AD that innovation that is the value chains, that is for shortening and diversification of the value chains, the logistics linked to agroecology and digitalization, processing practices, and social practices. So this is the summary, and this is a bit explained how it will work, the project, in a friendly way, a bit. Obviously, it's not all included, but we are following the NOL scheme or procedure here with the scaling and the exploration, the experimentation, the evaluation, and the co-creation. So we start with the living labs workshops led by the Work Package 1 on this Rural Innovation Community Business Model Network. We, with the Work Package 2 and the ADIS testing and the pilot farms, etc., we create data that will feed the database for the project and the creation of the decision support tool and the knowledge cloud, etc., etc. And it aims at facilitating the integration of and adoption of these ADs into the existing business agricultural business models. So we want to compare and to go from the existing agricultural models to these new innovative rural community business models. We will use the top-down and bottom-up approach. We will use and test and validate with the network and the living labs, the pilot farms, etc., the knowledge cloud, the decision support tool, etc., the knowledge platform, and with the course for advisors and farmers, the multilingual open online course. The expected results of the project are more specifically the promotion of viable, innovative business models adapt to diverse contexts, the integration and adoption, if possible, of the ADs in rural areas, the production of innovative policy guidelines and the educational materials for advisors and farmers, and with this, the more wider, we aim the project to contribute for a greater environmental resilience, improved economic benefits from professional activities, and to boost, to improve the social dynamism of the rural areas and that are threatened by the rural population and abandonment. And this is all of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Javier.
Thank you.
Any comments, question? AF4EU, please.
Thank you, Javier, for your presentation. and congratulations for your new project. So I'm happy that you have included the one ADI on the local and short food supply chain. I wanted to ask you, I've understood that you are now in the preparatory and preliminary phase of your project, but regarding the development of the living labs, which will be the main categories of stakeholders that you foresee to involve? And if you have also, there will be dedicated living labs also on this ADI for local food markets. If they will be in every country, in the countries that you have identified, or there will be a local specificities according to the countries. Thank you.
So first, regarding the stakeholders, we will try to involve as many as possible of all the rural areas, of all the rural sectors. Of course, farmers, SMEs are key for this. Administration is also key for the small councils in there, and advisors. This is what also we used to do, but we want to cover also for the logistics, if we can also include, it's really important, consumer associations or NGOs linked to this, etc. So what we want is to include all the actors that can be present in the rural areas, mostly in the abandoned ones, like mountainous areas, etc., etc. And this is what we will try to do. That's for the first part, and for the second one, this AD is transversal. So, for example, for the local food markets, since it is the shortening of the value chain is something that is key, we will try to do in all the. For this AD, we will try to do almost all in all the living labs, because the other ones, the other ADs are much more specific. Some of the living labs will do, some other no, but for this one, we are ambitious and we will try to do as much as possible, even if we know that it's complex, but this we want to do to be transversal.
Thank you. And keep in mind also our work, what we are doing with Coronet and you for advice, if can be helpful for you. And also the living labs that you for advice is running, the 4 living labs, maybe can give you some insights if needed.
Of course,
Okay.
Thank you very much. We are now, I think, coordinating a network of over 40 living labs, and if we can collaborate with more, of course, it's highly beneficial, and we do appreciate, and we offer you the same if we can collaborate in some kind of way.
Yeah, we can stay in
Remember when I was evaluating here in the 90s, nobody was speaking almost about value chains. The word agriculture was always focused on management that was at the field level, but now we know that consumers play an important role if we are thinking in moving the transition from conventional farming systems to agroecology or agroforestry farming systems. So for me, things are changing to help farmers to move forward and foster transition from the conventional to more sustainable farming systems, just based on 2 aspects that were tackled by us. One is enhancing the knowledge, linked to increase the information that is available for farmers. Today, someone asked me what is going to happen with information that we have that has to be incorporated in the new projects. That's essential to not to redo all time the same. And Fedele was saying the same today. They did that. A specific agroforestry advisory skill formation tools, that's essential because that advisory system is quite fragmented. I can give examples, like, for example, one person in Galicia is explaining farmers about how to make to farm, and they are based on on information that is get in another European Union country where neither the soil, anything is equal. So we have to have adapted advisory systems to specific areas. Courses as essential. You are developing also some of them. We have the Life Handbook and the Agroforestry Knowledge Cloud for that information. And also the second big pillar is about to help to develop business models, measuring real farm, establishing adequate and adapted indicators, developing modeling modules to shorten value chains, and producing a long and short-term strategic plans for the farmers because they need to it. The third pillar is policy that should be linked, if we are speaking about climate change, to international organisms like the FEUGA, where they are moving forward and they are directly connected with IPCC, that at the end is linked to somehow or giving instructions to the carbon credits market. That should have that we have to take into account. Definitions are also key. We saw that today. When something is clear for everybody, but it's not clearly defined, that always brings problems just to make benchmarking and mostly to measure it and to understand the impact that it has, either because they receive money, public money, or either because they are producing ecosystem services that we are not able to measure adequately unless we have a clear definition. So many projects nowadays are working on value chain than before, over those working on agroforestry as the main driver to move agriculture for agroforestry transition and consumers. So I think there is a lot of room to work together, as was mentioned by Fedele, also by Elaine, FEUGA, EU Advice, Green Co, CoreNet. That would be a great forum to create and change the way to move forward for more value chain based policies that you will see tomorrow. They almost doesn't exist, really. There are not there are very, I mean, it's like 1% of the whole money of the EU CAP is going to value chains. There is not, the rest is more about other things. And that has to be also changed if we want to move forward on this transition that we are mentioning. So from my side, that's it. I will check again if there are some questions from the floor. No, there are not. I can just tell you that we were among all of us around 50 people in the room, between the room and the peaks and downs that we have in the system. Of course, I didn't check if the one that was out was different from the one that coming, but in total I've counted 50 people. And there's no question there. Any other final word in the room? I don't know, Giuseppe, you want to say something, or Elaine? No, Giuseppe.
Well, I was going to hoping to be the second because there was someone else before me. I just wanted to, well, first of all, to thank you for this lovely afternoon together, insightful. And on the behalf of COPA-COGECA, we will remain available for any other step forward for this project and agroforestry in general. Of course, it is more close to the topic of my director, Ananeagu, as such. But of course, when it comes to innovation, you can always contact me. And also as you for advice, work package leader on creating the network. I would like everybody to be in touch when we are trying to create the added value of the value chain. So thank you very much, and thanks again to everybody to be here.
Thank you very much. There are some congrats in the system, so that is it. Thank you very much, everybody. So it's closed. Did you close?